Hello and welcome. Welcome to another edition of Attlas Information Live. We are very honored and grateful, privileged to have you all join us this afternoon. And this afternoon, as promised, happening, we are going to be wrapping up what we've been discussing for the past 2 weeks that began with Follow Your Bliss. And last week, the importance of exploring the abyss, all the dark corners of our shadow. As one can imagine, on the AUM of Life, leaving one's home and following one's bliss, abandoning one's comfort and security, and descending into the abyss. Naturally would expect and logically would expect and surmise. And that indeed is what we're going to be discussing today, revealing today. In the fullness of its expression and how it brings the AUM of Life itself, this journey that we began, 3 weeks ago now. Also, in the chat, hello, Benjamin. We're glad to have you here. And Leah Tonakur. But because, Leah, you've been here now for, this is your second or third week? Third week now. I think we're on a first name basis now after after several weeks. So Joanne is here, and she says, "Peace to all." Hello, Joanne. Nice to have you with us again. Looks like we have a low bandwidth happening, a low bandwidth indicator. So hopefully not too many disturbances, but yeah, it's to check in on that low bandwidth before we actually start the live stream, but we don't have that ability, the speed indicator, once the live stream begins. So maybe we'll offer that as some feedback. Backstage preparing for the live stream, you should really give us that indicator, because then our modem or do whatever it is we need to do. It's a little late now. In any case, Tiffany is here. And Tiffany said, if we can get Tiffany's chat up on the screen, she says, "Good morning, everyone." So it must be morning where Tiffany is. And again, we're glad that you could all join us. Any like severe slowdowns or any severe problems with the transmission, please do let us know. And we don't know exactly what we could do about it. We have paused the live stream in the past and reset the the modem, and it does appear to be stable, and it does appear to be fairly good. But Kage Musha is here, and Kage said, "Kage, nice to have you with us. We hope everyone had a good week. Quite as productive as we let these things happen. We had domestic, some practical maintenance type issues to take. Ended up focusing on that. We won't bore you with the details, but we were able to release a number of different programs. So we plan to keep doing that on a regular basis. And we're also working on the next related to the chapter on VR, AI, and transhumanism from our book. And it's that back burner while we were taking care of other things. But we're back at work on that. So hopefully in that series will be released. So it looks like we have, get into it, speaking of houses. Today's talk is, and in the tradition of this series, we've focused on at the outset of each live stream to get our terms, get our definitions for bliss. What does it mean to follow your bliss? And just what is the abyss? And of the abyss. So when we say we're returning to base, what does that mean? And as we implied in the summation, or why would we want to return to some place which we deliberately left and consciously left to go on this, on the AUM of Life? What is the significance of returning to base? Why do we even have to return to base? And it's interesting because the word base itself derives from the Greek and then the Latin. Of course, it's the foundation of the word base is basis, and it means pedestal. Unique about pedestal. Certainly a foundation is what you build upon. Have that expression, to put something up on a pedestal, to raise something up on a pedestal. A pedestal is a foundation of something of value, of something of reverence, or at least of reverence. In fact, in the Greek and Roman, what one places on a pedestal is some of the ideal. For example, one could, or any number of sculptures which hold on in whatever courtyard or museum or town square where said sculptures are raised up on a pedestal. And that's where we you get that expression. It suggests a place of honor. And the representation, the statue upon that pedestal is there precisely. The individual or the archetype is an idealized expression or of the ideal. It is something to strive for. It is something to aspire to. It is something that is placed there that is meant to inspire others. Tiffany says that the bandwidth is really bad right now. We're not sure what we can do other than resetting our modem, and that would maybe we should put it to a straw vote. Okay, Mugaboo says it's lagging on my end, and Leah says it's choppy. Okay, so if that's the consensus, if everyone, we're gonna go off. We're gonna disconnect for a couple minutes, and we'll be back. So everyone's time, we'll be back. So hang on one second. Okay, we're back. Were we gone too long? Uh, are we any better now? Because we don't have an indicator on the screen saying that the connection is bad anymore. So hopefully we're a little bit better than where we were. Not too long. Seems to be better. Okay. We're going to. We also turned off our VPN. We rebooted the modem and we turned off our VPN. So Mugaboo says much better. Okay, so it might be the VPN. It might be the fact that we just need to reset the modem. It might also be that we're just about fed up with our internet service provider because of this, and it may be time to change to a new internet service provider because they also throttle our uploads. It takes forever to upload a video to YouTube, and that's the real problem. That's what's interfering with the live stream, right? That's what's making it choppy because it's the upload speed that matters, right? And to be able to live stream, you have to be able to upload in real time. And like I say, the upload speeds are horrible on my present internet service provider. So so there it is. Um, Everyone says it seems to be working better, but Leah says nope. So oh no, she says it's much better. Okay, all right then. Okay, well, if that's the case, then let's continue on. Where were we? Well, we might as well back up a bit and say we were talking about what a base is, and we were talking about the fact that a base is comes from basis, which means pedestal, and we were talking about what we put on a pedestal. We even have that expression to raise someone up on a pedestal, and generally speaking, what we put on a pedestal is some kind of a marker, a a statue, a work of art, or some other representation or artwork or expression of an idealized form of something. So great heroes go on pedestals or statues of heroes for in that case. And of course, gods and goddesses go on pedestals, right? Depictions of the Buddha or of Jesus or of Mary or now of course you don't get this in Islam because they forbid representations of the prophet or Allah for that matter, but in many other expressions of spirituality and religiosity, you will find that that deified expressions of deities, so deified representations, will go on a pedestal. And in that sense, that's what a base is. Now, there's another definition of base, though, and that definition comes from the world of art. And here is, if you do a Google image search for base, for drawing, and particularly the human form, bodies, right? This is what you will find. These are all uh, these are all bases. Now that wasn't supposed to happen. Open image in new tab. Let's see if that's any better. Okay, so we don't have our. Okay, we need our keyboard to be able to do some of this stuff. So if we make this a little bit bigger. So here you have what an artist would use as a base for their illustrations. And as you can see, there are no details with proportions, etc. Um, and the artist would then take this base or any of these bases, and they would begin working on adding the detail to said bases, to filling in the details. But an artist has to begin somewhere. And remember a few weeks ago, we showed you a video of wood turning and how wood turning is an expression of what we remove, and the revolutions of the AUM of Life, with each revolution we remove something, and what emerges from that, those countless revolutions of AUM, is the vessel, the vase that gets carved out through multiple iterations and expressions of the AUM of Life as it revolves. And with each revolution, we strip away a little bit more of the excess. In drawing, we begin with a base, and the details are added in. They're sketched in, and then they're the details, and then of course, if there's color to be added, etc., etc. It's kind of the reverse process of the wood turning, which is a stripping away. Drawing, it's an additive process, not a subtractive process. But it's the same process in the sense of, with each pass, more detail is added. And then, for example, lighting and shadow, contrast, and these various different elements that go into visual art. Now, we're not a visual artist, so we can't give you the details of that. But then again, this is not a podcast about art, so you didn't come here for that. But what we can tell you is that in the creative process of writing, it's the same thing. You do some kind of an outline or a summary or a first draft. You get some kind of a base, and then you go over it again and again and again and again, in crafting it, honing it. And as you progress, iteration after iteration after iteration, version after version after version after version, the final version begins to take shape. And what literally goes on a pedestal, if it's a statue that's carved out of stone, then very much it's like the wood turning again, because you're chipping away the excess. And the first thing you do is you do a rough hewn cut. And then with each pass, with each iteration, every time you walk away and return to this work in progress, whatever you return to is your new base. There is something that you do in your life in a mundane capacity which you can relate to, that illustrates this point. And whether it's writing, whether it's macrame, maybe it's some kind of home renovation, maybe it's your home decor. Maybe you bought a new home and you did a certain number of redecorating of the house before you moved in, but then any homeowner knows that it's a work in progress, and you say, okay, so this year we're going to remodel this bathroom, and then next year we're going to tackle the downstairs rec room, or we're going to finish the basement, or we're going to redo this, we're going to redo that, and you parcel it out. You don't do it all at once, because first of all, it's so time intensive, and it's so expensive, it's so costly to do that when you're talking about your home. And when we're talking about our home, it's interesting because you take the word base and home base is combined all the time. People talk about their home base. And if you play baseball, your home base is where you bat from. And then there's first base, second base, third base, home base. And you hit the ball, and you have to run to all three corners, all three bases, and then back home to the home base to form the baseball diamond. Do you recall what we said about being a diamond soul and what it takes to become a diamond soul and the intensity of that? It is all connected. Nothing is by accident. And as usual, none of today's live stream is scripted or premeditated. We had no idea we were going to be talking about baseball and the connection between the diamond and base until this precise moment. Because we begin with our base. The basis for today's talk was the previous 2 weeks, which unfolded in a natural progression, in an evolution, in the same way that you cannot get to third base without first running past first and running past second. Then you get to third base, and only then can you come home and earn a run for your team and complete one revolution of the diamond. Completion of one revolution of the diamond, as it were. All of this is significant, and all of this matters when we consider this phenomenon. We're talking about what a base is. So this is going to be, even though in baseball you would run this way, right? First, that's first, second, third, and home, right? But for our purposes, because we are working with the AUM of Life, we can still call this home base. For us, first base was follow your bliss. And second base is, right, explore the abyss. And you see that second base is furthest away from home base, right? That is the farthest distance you can be from home. To return home, you must pass through third base. You can't get back home without this. So when we were talking about exploring the abyss, and we were talking about unearthing the vaults in the darkness and defeating the monsters, the demons and the dragons guarding the treasure. That's only the second step. It's not just a matter of recovering the treasure and then off you go home. And this intermediary step, there's actually more steps involved. From a Jungian psychological perspective, when the Jungian psychologists talk about shadow work, and they would call this the integration of the shadow. If you encounter your shadow in the abyss, this is where you encounter and face your demons. So if this is the shadow, and that it's just makes sense that your shadow self is that which is furthest away from your self, your home base, your foundation. Then before you can return home and score a point for the team, you have to pass through third base. And third base, you must integrate. Benjamin says, it's awesome how Kant and Jungian psychology integrate here. Well, the thing is that most people misunderstand Jung, and we're not sure about Kant because we've only read very, very, very little of Kant. But our intuition tells us that Kant was probably more along the right track than Jung, than how Jung is read, how Jung is misunderstood. We don't know what Kant specifically said about it, but both Kant was on, as a philosopher and as an esotericist, he would have had the correct information, where we're going to give him the benefit of the doubt there, as did Jung. But the way in which Jung expressed it and the way in which people interpret it is incorrect. Because we describe it in our book as follows. When you, let's say you go down and into some, let's talk about a shipwreck, and you unearth a 200-year-old treasure trove of fine wine that's been preserved in bottles. Let's say it's champagne. So you now have 200-year-old champagne. And there it is in bottles. And it's Dom Perignon champagne from 200 years ago. How do you integrate that champagne? How would you integrate that champagne? Do you swallow the bottle? Is of course not. You uncork the bottle and you pour out the champagne and you drink it. If you actually want to take advantage of this so-called valuable thing that you've recovered, the reason why you delved into the darkness in the first place. Most people, when they read Jung and they read the integration of the shadow, they believe that what Jung was saying is that you have to integrate your shadow self, that you have to integrate your demons. But this is not what integration of the shadow is, and this is not what Jung experienced, and this is not what Jung witnessed his patients experiencing when they had revelations, when they had comprehensions, when they comprehended their demons, their shadow, what had been causing them and others suffering. And they had this eureka moment and this euphoric release. What was happening there is they were popping the cork on the champagne and they were releasing what was actually valuable, and they were integrating what was actually valuable. And that is the consciousness and the self-evident experiential knowledge which had been bottled up inside of the shadow. This is what they were integrating. And the knowledge that the knowledge of the in-depth, the comprehensive knowledge of what the shadow was, what the particular demon, what the particular ego that they were suffering from. Knowledge is power. But too many people read Jung and say, oh, the integration of the shadow is about integrating all of your demons and making them a part of who you are and becoming okay with that and accepting that that's a part of who you are and that's a part of yourself, your personality. But that's not what integration of the shadow is. That's not what you are integrating. In the same way that you can't have your cake and eat it too. You cannot reap the benefit of a bottle of Dom Perignon champagne by holding on to the bottle as is, cork intact. You haven't had any of the champagne. You don't know what it's like. You don't really know anything about that champagne, right? There's only one way to know what a 200-year-old bottle of Dom Perignon champagne tastes like. There's only one way. There's no other way to know. So you can't possibly hold on to the full bottle and say that, oh, and add it to your wine cellar and say that I have integrated the bottle of champagne into my life. If you do that, you know nothing. You know absolutely nothing about yourself, about the champagne that you just bought or found as you were exploring the abyss, as you were exploring the shadow world of your subconscious mind. And recognizing that, for example, that you have these faults, these defects and vices, and recognizing the dangers that they present to you and others. That's the knowledge of that is only superficial. The comprehensive knowledge of it is when you realize how that shadow enslaves you and all the means by which it enslaves you, all the means by which it bottles up your consciousness and your energy, and it hoards it. You have to release it. You have to pop the cork on the champagne. To put it another way, using some of the analogies, symbolism or allegories from last week, we talked about vaults, right? We talked about these vaults and uncovering vaults. Well, what good is a vault if you don't open it? If you don't open the vault? But most vaults have some kind of a lock, or they require some key or some combination to unlock those vaults. But what's of value is not the vault itself. So exploration in the abyss and facing our demons who are guarding this treasure, guarding these vaults, that's an important step because we have to find the treasure. But we cannot return home a conquering hero. We cannot return home a wealthy, more wealthy, leveled up, unless we can open the vaults, pop the cork on the champagne, and get at what is inside, and actually integrate what is inside into our lives. And you can discard the bottle, you can discard the vault. And the demons that were guarding it served their purpose. The bottle, the vault, the vessels that had been containing the treasure, they served their purpose. They were guarding the treasure. They were protecting the treasure. And they were keeping that treasure as far away from you as possible, down here in the abyss, that you only arrived at, that you could only find by following your bliss, by going to first base. Because you cannot traverse from self to the abyss and back again. You cannot do that. Not least because that's where the pitcher stands. If we want to continue our baseball analogy here. That's where the pitcher stands. Your divine mother would be the pitcher in this sense because she throws you the ball. You know that expression, the ball is in your court? You've been served. That's a legal statement when someone serves you you're served what is it now exactly? An indictment? Or someone's suing you, so you're served the papers for when you are required to be in court. While your divine mother pitches you the ball. And if you hit it, if you respond to that which you are served with, then you can begin this process of going around, one revolution of course, the AUM of Life. But every single revolution is this. And the whole point of this is that you descend and you return home having gotten a run in baseball. So a point. So you add a run to the scoreboard. So you return home, your home base, yourself, is now leveled up in some way. This is you adding some more detail to your drawing. It's also chipping away at the excess to create slightly more definition. Because the shadow obscures, the shadow hides. The shadow contains and it keeps far from us that which we require to grow, to advance, that which we require to see with more clarity. So adding more definition to the drawing, adding more definition to the base, or adding more definition to the sculpture which stands upon the base. That sculpture which is an expression and longs to be an inspiration to others, longs to be an expression of some ideal. So how do we go about doing this practically? How do we practically go through this process? When we might as well point out that the graphic behind us is Rivendell. Rivendell is the elven city where the Fellowship of the Ring depart from. It's where the Fellowship gather, and there's the council with Gandalf and Elrond, and that's where the council decides to allow this fellowship of 9 companions to go on their journey in the Lord of the Rings to destroy the One Ring. So Rivendell is, in that sense, the base, at least for the Fellowship, in the Fellowship of the Ring. So that's the why we chose that graphic behind us. And in the Fellowship of the Ring, Moria, the Mines of Moria, represent the abyss. And they represent the abyss in a number of different ways. For instance, Gimli, who's a dwarf, was expecting to run into his cousin, Balin, who is the Lord of Moria. Balin. And what they discover is that Moria had been overrun by goblins and orcs and presumably all sorts of denizens from the deep. and they eventually end up in the tomb, the burial chamber, the tomb of Balin, and they find his sarcophagus. And shortly after that, because of some uh, misadventures by Pippin, he wakes up the orcs and he draws attention to their presence, to the presence of the Fellowship. And the orcs and the goblins come and they have a cave troll, and there's this big battle ensues. And they go deeper and deeper into the abyss until eventually they encounter the Balrog, who is the great fiery demon of the abyss. And it is there that Gandalf falls. He sacrifices himself to save the rest of the Fellowship. And we later learn in the second film, The Two Towers, what happened between Gandalf and the Balrog. And whether it's from the perspective of the rest of the Fellowship or Gandalf's perspective himself, what happens is Gandalf defeats the Balrog in the deepest dungeons and the highest peaks, but he dies. Gandalf the Grey dies. And if you remember the scene from The Two Towers, he encounters the Aragorn, Gimli, and Legolas are looking for the two hobbits, Merry and Pippin, in Fangorn Forest. And they encounter the White Wizard, whom they believe is Saruman, because he's the White Wizard. Saruman is the White Wizard, and in this resplendence and stuff, and they try to attack him, and he repels their attack, and he reveals himself that he is Gandalf. And Aragorn says, that's it cannot be, right? And then so Gandalf tells them the tale, how he defeated the Balrog. He struck down his foe, but then death took him. But then he had been sent back until his task is done. And when they say Gandalf, he says, yes, Gandalf. Gandalf the Grey. That's what they called me. That was my name. And Gimli's all happy, and he's like, yeah, Gandalf, I'm so pleased to see him. And he says, and then Gandalf says, I am Gandalf the White. The significance of this cannot be overstated. Gandalf does not become Gandalf the White because he integrates the Balrog. He has to defeat the Balrog. He has to vanquish his foe. But that's not enough. Because the foe, the shadow, was an aspect, a mirror of Gandalf the Grey. To vanquish one's foe means to vanquish one's self, an aspect of one's self. What had been obscuring oneself, what had made one only a gray base. Gandalf the White returns after Gandalf the Grey perishes. Gandalf the Grey is the bottle. And what is released from the vault, what is released from the bottle, what is released from the gray vessel is integrated and added to the new self. And it becomes the new home base, the new base. You know, the leveled up Gandalf, who left home base Gandalf the Grey, but returns Gandalf the White. From gray to white is a process of purification. And that purification takes place by following one's bliss and descending into the abyss and facing one's shadow and eradicating that shadow and releasing what the shadow had been guarding and hoarding and coveting in the vault. And that which is released is what is integrated. That is this third step. This is what's part of the return. It's not enough to face your fear. You have to comprehend your fear. And that fear needs to be eliminated, eradicated, so that what was bottled up inside of that fear can be released. The consciousness and the knowledge about the nature of that particular shadow, that particular demon. And you return to your home base, but your home base is different now. It's leveled up. You have added a little bit more definition to the drawing. You've added a little bit more resolution to the sculpture, which sits upon that pedestal. So the sculpture becomes a little more perfect, a slightly better representation of the ideal which it seeks to express upon that base, upon that pedestal. You see, when Joseph Campbell undertook his monumental work of cataloging 6,500 stories and mythologies and religions and folklore and fairy tales and stories of every kind from great literature from all over the world. Like, he went to places in Africa and studied the folklore of tribes who were illiterate. All of their history, all of their traditions, all of their culture was passed down verbally, generation to generation. He found the same fundamental pattern in all of those stories. He called it the heroic journey. And there are, in fact, by his accounting, 12 steps, 12 different aspects. And we touched on a few of them when we talked about following your bliss and crossing over the chasm, or crossing from the known to the unknown, etc., etc. But here, because we are focusing on this third aspect, The 12 can be honed down into what really matters, into 3 steps. And those 3 steps are sacrifice, death, and birth. They're the 3 factors of the AUM of life, the 3 factors of evolution and the revolution of the consciousness. And they are brilliantly portrayed in The Lord of the Rings through the character of Gandalf, but also through the overarching story of the ring itself. The shadow must die, yes. And as the shadow dies, a part of the false self dies. And as a part of the false self dies, what is released becomes integrated into the true self. That's Gandalf the Grey becoming Gandalf the White. And of course, we have to do this over and over and over many, 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 many times. It's not enough just to face your fear. It's not enough just to face your shadow and analyze it and understand it and think, oh, okay, I know my dark side now and I'll integrate my dark side. That's a lot of what Jungian psychologists believe and teach and preach. And what people talk about shadow work, that's what they think they're doing. They're going from home base down to second base. Maybe they're going past first base in the process. But they're just bouncing back and forth between home base and second base. Quote, doing their, quote, shadow work. But without sacrifice and death. So what's the sacrifice part? Well, the sacrifice is following your bliss, is abandoning the home base, abandoning Gandalf the Grey, throwing caution to the wind, saying, whatever it is that I am now and the comfort and the security that I am and I have, we talked about this in Following Your Bliss. You got to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. You got to let go. You got to be prepared to give up everything that you have, everything that's important to you, to follow your heart, to follow your what drives you, to follow your bliss. That's a sacrifice, because your bliss is not yours. Your bliss, you receive your bliss. And we talked about this. The bliss comes through you, not from you, through you. You receive your bliss. And as you receive your bliss, you give it to others, which is also another sacrifice. It's sacrifice. You're sacrificing yourself. And then in the course of doing this, you have to face your shadow. You have to go explore the abyss. You have to see that which is hoarding and guarding what is of value to the true hero. And you step up to the plate as Gandalf the Grey and sacrifice yourself and face to kill the Balrog, to vanquish the Balrog. And in the process, you sacrifice yourself as Gandalf the Grey, but return. Remember, we're returning home. That's what this is all about. The return. and you return, the conquering hero, right? You return as the conquering hero because you've actually conquered something. And what have you conquered? You conquered yourself, an aspect of your false self. This is the whole point of the heroic journey. It's the whole reason why people step up to the plate. And it's wonderful how the language of baseball just happens to serendipitously and in every way equate to the actual AUM of life. You have to step up to the plate. You have to arm yourself with that bat. You have to step up to the plate, bat in hand. And you got to hit when, you got to hit the ball. You got to keep your eye on the ball. And when that ball is pitched to you, when that ball is served to you, you got to strike when the iron is hot, right? And you follow your bliss, and you go through the process. But it's all only has one purpose, one goal in mind. And that is to return as a conquering hero. And from the perspective of the heroic journey, you come back to the known world. Remember, we had the line that separated the known from the unknown. Why can't we? What happened to our hand tool? Oh, there it is. Okay. So if you recall from last week, if you go around here, we had a line that separates the known from the unknown. So if this was home, and this is the abyss, and this was bliss, right? We follow our bliss, and we cross this line from the known into the unknown. So once we defeat our demons and face our demons, we return. We're going to cross back into what we knew, or what we thought we knew, what we used to know. But home has changed. Home is different, which is why the hero's journey is not a circle, it's not a cycle, it's a spiral. Because you can never return back to what used to be. And the reason why that is because home base, the pedestal was just the starting point. But it's what is on top of the pedestal that matters. The base that the artist starts working on, again, it's just a base. It's what the artist fills into that base that matters, that creates that gives it the definition. Here's a nice example, right? Of a very simple base, and then what that begins to evolve into. There's one for superhero comic book heroes, superhero bases. You can just imagine covering them with all sorts of colorful costumes and so on, like superheroes tend to have. But as you can see, and all heroes follow this process, and that's what Joseph Campbell was pointing out. And this is the nature of the heroic journey. It's the journey of how a nobody becomes a great hero and saves the kingdom, transforms the kingdom. Because in every story, the kingdom in macrocosm is an allegory for our kingdom in microcosm. Luke Skywalker, who's a nobody farm boy, and by the end of the first film, he's destroyed the Death Star, and he's the hero of the rebellion. He begins as a farm boy, and he returns home a conquering hero. And in the second film, well, the whole first trilogy, the OG trilogy, episodes 4, 5, and 6, he begins as a farm boy and he returns as a Jedi. And here's that word again. Return. Return. Turn. Turn to and that's why even the third film is called Return of the Jedi. He leaves as a farm boy, he returns as a Jedi. Gandalf leaves Rivendell, Gandalf the Grey. He returns Gandalf the White. Frodo leaves the Shire, just a nobody. And Sam and Frodo leave the Shire, just nobodies. They return conquering heroes. And they are completely transformed in the process. And so is Middle Earth. All of Middle Earth is transformed. But so too are Sam and Frodo transformed. Same with Aragorn. Aragorn, who begins as Strider, the mysterious ranger, the outcast, the nobody, and he returns as what? He returns as the king of Gondor, and that's why the third book is called The Return of the King. Again, this word, Return of the Jedi, Return of the King. And all of the characters, all the major characters in Lord of the Rings undergo this process. So what does Aragorn find and regain in the shadows? He has to take a different path. He has to take the path of the Morgul Vale, armed with Elethindil, the blade that cut the ring from Sauron's hand. And he goes into the cursed mountain, the mountain that is populated by an army of undead, of cursed souls that Isildur cursed because they failed to come to his side, to fight by his side against Sauron when they had promised to do so. And he returns with the blade that is reforged. He returns armed with his birthright. I am Isildur's heir, he says. Fight for me. And I will deem your oaths fulfilled, and I will release you from this hell on earth. But he must descend into the abyss. He must face the shadow of his lineage, Isildur, who kept the ring for himself. And he must face the the cursed souls of those who failed to fulfill their oath. And all this he must do, and more. He must march on the black gate. Why do we dwell on all of this? Because our work does not end in the abyss. To return a Jedi, to return a king, to return as Gandalf the White when we left as Gandalf the Grey. This takes effort. This requires a rebirth. Because where we sacrificed and died, we must be born again. We must be born of the waters and the Spirit. We must integrate that which we recovered from the shadow. And there is a process to this. And there is a metaphysical science to this process. It is called alchemy. Because consciousness and energy, knowledge is power. But how we integrate that knowledge and how we apply that knowledge, how do we apply our energy, and how do we apply and form that consciousness? Shall we say, who applies it? In many points in The Lord of the Rings, at many times, characters are faced with temptation. They find themselves with the ring of power within their grasp. Some characters resist that power and temptation. Some do not. And in the course of the books and the films, we see the results of each. But knowledge is power. And consciousness is strength. That strength can be wielded in one of two ways. For the sake of others, for the service of others, for the sake of our higher self, for the sake of the kingdom. Or that champagne can flow a different way, if we want to use that allegory. Isildur kept the ring for himself. He had the opportunity to destroy it, but he kept it for himself. It's the whole reason why the Lord of the Rings trilogy exists, is the legacy of Isildur. And that's the legacy that Aragorn has to overcome. And that's what all the characters face. So this is not what is born, in other words. We talk about birth in this third stage. Who, what is born? We'll give you a moment to chew on that while we answer this while we share this comment that Benjamin has just posted. He says, "Wow, thank you so much for the excellent explanation of the process of returning to our base. This illustration is amazing and deserves refinement so that others can understand in a concise format. I also noticed that it is similar to the biblical concept of being born again in fire and spirit. Thank you once again." Well, actually, this is exactly the story of Jesus, the story of Moses, the story of Buddha, the story of Muhammad, the story of Zoroaster. This is what Joseph Campbell recognized. And in the case of Jesus, it is so pronounced. It is so um, visceral. Well, let here is the crucifixion. Well, you know what? That's unfair. That's unfair to do that. No, 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 no. We'll get to this part here in a second. His crucifixion is here because this is the, and then his death. Let's here. Let's see if we can do this. Ah, Microsoft, you're so useless sometimes. I tell you. It just makes so much sense that I'd be able to move this whole thing, and then it only wants to grab. Okay, so he left Jesus. The point is, he leaves as Jesus and he returns as the Christ. Okay, and his crucifixion and death, by the way, this is only the beginning of his abyss, because the Christ, Jesus the Bodhisattva, Jesus descends into hell. From here, like, this is not the low point of his abyss. From here, he goes even further. And he has a whole other hero's journey in hell before he can actually return as a resurrected master. As a resurrected master and as a Christified master. So there's some complexity here that was lost on Joseph Campbell, because the Jesus descending into hell and liberating souls from hell is kind of glossed over. It's not it's expressed better in the Gnostic Gospels, but they were redacted from the four Gospels of the Bible. So it's in passing that it's preserved in the Catholic Uh, it's not the Apostles' Creed. It's the Catholics' prayer of faith, where they express their faith. And one of the lines is, "I believe in Jesus Christ, His only Son, our Lord. He was conceived by the power of the Holy Spirit, born of the Virgin. He suffered under Pontius Pilate, was crucified, died, and was buried. He descended into the dead. On the third day, he rose again." Oh, no, it's not even mentioned in that. In any case, um, but Gandalf departing Gandalf the Grey and returning Gandalf the White after defeating the Balrog and dying and returning to life. It's a Christic metaphor. Benjamin says, "We believe in the deity of our Lord Jesus Christ, in His virgin birth, in His sinless life, His miracles, His vicarious and atoning death, His shed blood, His bodily resurrection, His ascension to the right hand of the Father." This is new. This is completely new. This is not the one that we were taught in Catholic school and in church. That's not the one that we recite in church even to this. Well, it's been changed. The Catholic Church has been updating these things, and we haven't been keeping up on the updates. And this just goes to show you that it's because we're not interested in belief, right? We're not talking about belief. We're not sharing belief with you here. We're sharing metaphysical science. And because Christ did not come here to create Christians, and He did not come here to create a church. He came here to create. He show us the path, to show us the way to become Christified. Let's get a couple more comments. Mugaboo says, "The story of humanity is summarized by Christ's parable of the prodigal son. We have gone away from home. Now we seek a way back." That's a good point, because you can map. Well, look, as we've said many, many times, this fundamental thing that we're seeing here, you could very easily draw the same and say, yeah, the prodigal son, or you could just say all of humanity. Now, the interesting thing there, though, is that humanity didn't follow its bliss. Humanity fell. And there's a difference. So it's not a heroic journey that humanity is on. Humanity is on a different expression of this, and that is the fall. This is what tragedy is. This is how tragedies look. They skip this. They skip this part. And there is no resurrection for them, but there is a return. There's a restoration. To a degree, there's an aspect of this. Okay, we're not saying that the hero's journey itself is not complete, but metaphysically, this is what happens. They fall. That's why it's they're tragic heroes, because they fall into temptation. So the story of Genesis, the story of humanity, the story of the prodigal son, The return is still the same, though. They have to confront their shadow. They have to confront hell, their demons, and they have the opportunity, right, in this third aspect to return. Um, but they don't return, generally speaking, in tragedy. They don't return to the land of the living. They usually die. Tragic heroes usually die, but not before they have their redemption. So they have a redemption arc, but not a. They don't return a conquering hero, but they redeem themselves in some small way. If nothing else, they have their moment of comprehension. They have their moment of realization. They uncork the bottle. They open the vault, and they discard. The vessel is discarded. So it's there is a rebirth, but that rebirth is the rebirth of the soul. It's not the physical body usually has to pay the price. The mortal self pays the price. So it maps onto the hero's journey. That's why they're tragic heroes. But that redemption arc is that really is all that this humanity can hope to achieve, because humanity itself will not survive. And humanity we are on a tragic, heroic journey here. We're not, humanity is not following its bliss by any stretch of the imagination. We're in hell, and we've been here for quite some time. Benjamin says the viscerality of metacognition or fourth dimension is quite something. The viscerality of metacognition. Well, metacognition would be fifth and sixth dimension, not fourth. Fourth is Jin state. Fourth is the vital body. But insofar as it's a super dimensional perspective, we'll give you that. Benjamin says maybe there's a small portion of humanity that follows its bliss and seeking to return home. The rest just fell like Humpty Dumpty. Yeah. So when we speak in generalities, we speak in terms of a humanity. The number of people following their bliss is, as you said, it's a very small number. Um, the rest is, again, we talk about Humpty Dumpty in the book as well. All the king's horses and all the king's men can't put Humpty Dumpty back together again. There's some things that are beyond salvation, and this humanity is one of them. But individuals within humanity, you're right, Benjamin, because we are not all defined by humanity. We are also all have individuals, and we have our free volition and free will, and we are all on our individual journeys. But let's move on to some specifics now in terms of all of this. Well, before we do that, let's come back to this question. Who or what is being born? And when we talk about this whole process, which again, we use the spiral to very simply denote it. But we really have to know who or what is the product of this birth. And the reason why we have to know this is because far too many have an erroneous belief that they somehow are reborn. There are far too many who believe that they are going to ascend. And they're not wholly incorrect, because of course an aspect of them has the potential. But I, Attila, am never going to ascend, ever. I, Attila, can never be reborn. I, Attila, can only die. Period. I am a physical, mortal vessel. I am a character in a video game. I don't belong in the supernal worlds any more than Super Mario belongs outside of a Nintendo system. Period. It's that simple. What would be the point of investing in somehow imagining or identifying and attaching myself and investing into the idea that I'm being reborn and I'm going to become a master and I'm going to become an ascended master? I'm going to ascend to 5D ascension, which is where you will see that all over the place, all the time. What's the point of that? When it's completely and totally and utterly false. What that means is that the hero's journey, the AUM of Life, is not about me. It's not about me. Just as it's not about you. It's about the actual hero, the true hero. And that's our innermost being, our true self. That is who and what we seek to be born through this process. The actual hero. This is where we invariably return to the Lord of the Rings and why it is that Frodo gets to go on the ship and sail to the Undying Lands with the elves, along with Gandalf and Bilbo and Galadriel and Elrond and the rest of them. But Sam, he goes back to the Shire. Because Sam is to Frodo as Hanuman is to Rama. Sam represents the mortal vessel. He, Sam, is who gets Frodo to Mount Doom. And there's that beautiful scene in The Return of the King where Sam says, I might not be able to carry it for you, but I can carry you. And he picks up Frodo and he throws Frodo on his back, and he starts climbing the mountain carrying Frodo on his back. And there you cannot, it's you practically can't even be human if you can watch that scene and not be bawling your eyes out, but be moved to tears at that moment, because the archetypal truth of that, and the courage and the heroism that Sam is exhibiting there, and his devotion, his dedication, his loyalty to Mr. Frodo. Sam is his gardener. What does a gardener do if not take care of the seeds and see to it that the seeds not only germinate, but grow and flourish and eventually bear fruit? That is what a gardener does. He tends the garden, he tends to the seeds. Our innermost being is a seed. Our innermost being is a God in potentiality only. And he cannot undertake this journey to be born, to go from being a seed to becoming a self-realized master without his Sam, without his mortal vessel. And that's you and that's I. It's you and me. We are the mortal vessel. But when our journey is over, we go back to the Shire. We will die. The ultimate expression of this takes place on the path of the Bodhisattva, where this is no longer just a symbolic or psychological death. This is a physical death. And we return a resurrected master. So there are levels and levels and levels to the AUM of Life, as is appropriate to its nature as a spiral. So to get higher and higher and higher and higher in level, the depths, the degrees of how far into the abyss we must go, and the sacrifices that we must make, all of that increases in scale and scope as appropriate to how many revolutions of AUM we have undertaken and what level that we are aspiring to as an aspirant, as a seeker. And this process of death and rebirth is fueled by love, by our bliss. If we are driven to be all that we can be, then what that is to be a living embodiment of our innermost being and beyond, the being of our being, the cosmic Christ, to become living gods, to become expressions of the highest ideal, and returning to base, to the self, the highest expression of ourself, our highest self. This cannot happen without sacrifice and death. But this highest ideal, this expression of the highest ideal, in order to realize that, we are sacrificed. We have to go away in that process. This is the science of, well, this is the philosophy, we might say, of alchemy. You know what? We'll just, of alchemy. The transmutation well, we say lead into gold. What must die is the mechanical, materialistic, animal, egoic, false self. Little by little, we whittle it away, like creating the perfected vessel, like we watched in the wood turning video. We reveal the Michelangelo by chipping away the excess marble. Or we draw the Mona Lisa, we paint the Mona Lisa, beginning with a very simple base. But there are other words for alchemy, metamorphosis. This word is transmutation, this process. And it's a transformation, but it's a transmutation. And this process is scientific, it's metaphysical. It requires the sexual energy to accomplish. Because our sexual energy, our sexual force, is a divine mother Kundalini. She is the only energy that we have available to us that has the power to create and the power to destroy. So if we need to transmute the lead of ego, our shadow, and integrate into the gold of the human soul, or the solar bodies. Here we have lunar bodies. We need the only force in the universe that can destroy these, and create these. And there's only one force we have for that. It's the fire and the water. It's the fire in the water, or the fiery waters, the sexual waters and the sexual fires of Divine Mother Kundalini. This is why fornication is out of the question. Sexual alchemy, that is, sexual union with a partner without orgasm, without wasting the sexual energy. Because if you waste this energy, if you allow this energy to flow down and out, then you simply will not have what is required to destroy what needs to be destroyed and create what needs to be created. If you squander that energy. What's more is, as you squander that energy on desire, what you will create is more desire, more ego. It's inevitable, because the creative force creates. If it flows, it grows. So if you feed your lust, your creative energy, your lust is going to multiply. It's going to grow stronger and multiply, just like any other entity. So if you have a partner, sexual alchemy's super sexuality, white tantra, is the practice there. And if you don't have a sexual partner, then you have to focus on pranayama and the Vairoli mudra of the rites of rejuvenation. It's the sixth rite of rejuvenation. And that's transmutation of the sexual force for singles. But praying to your Divine Mother, remembering your Divine Mother, and being thrifty with your creative energies. And that includes not just sexually speaking, but with other endeavors. What are we spending or squandering our energy on? What sorts of frivolous pursuits? Do we squander it also on gluttony, on pride, on fear, on laziness? Because one might not realize just how much energy gets sapped out of us when we are being lazy. Our Divine Mother can incinerate, dissolve, destroy any ego which has previously been comprehended within reason. We can get very, very, very far along the path as singles, as a bachelor or bachelorette. They're only the highest levels of Buddhahood and mastery and the path of the Bodhisattva are reserved for those practicing sexual alchemy, meaning you're not prevented from practicing sexual alchemy. And just because you're practicing sexual alchemy doesn't necessarily mean you're on the path of the Bodhisattva. It could be, but it's not guaranteed, because you have to do the work. You have to do the psychological work. It's not enough just to have super sexuality with your partner. You have to be going through the process of the AUM of Life. You have to be following your bliss, descending into the abyss, facing your demons, comprehending your demons, and integrating the consciousness and the knowledge of them into yourself. And it is the process of that death and birth of your old self and your new self, the psychological death going over and over and over again. The reason why you practice sexual alchemy is to arm yourself and empower yourself with the sexual energy that you are transmuting, that your divine mother then is able to eliminate what you've comprehended and liberate all of the consciousness that was bottled up. So if you're not doing that, all the white tantra in the world is not going to get you anywhere, because you can't do step 3. This is the return. You can't just go from home base down to number 3 and back again. That's not how baseball works, right? That's not how the AUM of Life works. That's not how the hero's journey works. In the same way that shadow work, you can't just go from home base down to number 2 and back up again and bounce back and forth and think that you're doing shadow work. It's not how it works, right? It's clear, it's self-evident. But also, you can't just follow your bliss and go back to home base and do all these people, like the people in the cult of positivity that we talked about, where, oh, it's bliss, it's bliss, it's bliss, it's back to home base, and it's bliss and back to home base and bliss and back to home base. You're just running back and forth between home base and first base. You can't just do that. You need all 3 steps to return, to make one complete revolution of AUM. So where you return, you now have a new base, where you started here, but now you're here. And this is your new base. And when you go around again and you come back, okay, and you're going to be another new base. The base changes because the base is you. You are the base. Wherever you are, at whatever level you are at, that's where you are. That's your starting point. Which means there's never an end to this. There's never an end point to this. There's lots of memes and expressions, so you never stop learning. Education is what is it? Education is something that you can never complete, or there's no such thing as an education that you can finish. You keep going on, and you keep going on, you keep going on. There's levels and levels and levels and levels upon levels. And you persevere. But unless you're doing all 3, sacrifice, death, and birth, there's no advancing. You can't have birth without death. You can't have death without sacrifice. You can't just sacrifice. There's lots of people who do a lot of sacrifice. They sacrifice their time, they sacrifice their money to give to charity, they do volunteer work, and it's good. It's very good. But if they're not working on themselves, if they're not actively seeking to die and be reborn, there is some benefit to sacrifice. But if you're metaphysically not doing the metaphysical science, sacrifice will only get you so far. And there is no value to doing so-called shadow work, if you're just running back and forth to second base and back again, and you're not sacrificing for humanity, you're just exploring your shadow, your egos, but you're not really comprehending them, and you're not seeking the integration of the consciousness, you're not seeking the psychological death. What you're doing is you're integrating the shadow the way people think it needs to be done intellectually, where, oh, yes, I integrate all of my weaknesses and my dark side and my shadow so I can be whole and complete and balanced. No, it's nonsense. It's nonsense. Those people are essentially like wine collectors who go down and they have mystic pride. They've collected all these famous and old bottles of wine in their wine cellar, and they say, "Oh, I have the best wine cellar in the neighborhood," or, "I have the best stocked wine cellar in Manhattan," or whatever the case may be. And then very rarely do they actually open a bottle of wine. In the past, we've talked one of the practices that you can do. So practically speaking, we want to meditate on our egos. We want to comprehend them. So that means spending time in meditation, meditating on that which we discovered and unearthed when we were in the shadow, when we were in the abyss, because this can happen on a daily basis, right? You can find yourself in hell, and many of us have, and many of us do find ourselves in situations, circumstances, and confronted by people which trigger us and bring the worst out of us. And when that happens, we have an opportunity to go into meditation and really delve deep and go into those dark corners of our subconscious mind and meditate and analyze and try to comprehend those egos. And the way we do that is through retrospection meditation. We replay the events of what was taking place and how the egos arose and how those egos made us react and how those egos were causing us suffering and causing others to suffer. And we do this by replaying the event in our conscious visualization and meditation. So this is not an intellectual pursuit. This is not a thinking experiment. That's why visualization is such an important ability to cultivate in meditation. The ability to see in our mind's eye and replay the events, not to relive them. You don't want to identify and allow yourself to become attached and relive and indulge in the negative feelings and emotions and everything else. You don't this is not an exercise in method acting. In meditation, we want to remain relaxed, and completely detached from ourselves and the self that we are observing in retrospection meditation. As we replay the events, the difficult events, the trying events, the challenging events that we had undergone. And with tremendous patience, because truly is a this truly is, if ever there was a practice or a purpose or an activity that justified the cliche, patience is a virtue, retrospection meditation, the AUM of Life, and meditating and comprehending our egos is that practice. That is the origin of the expression patience is a virtue, because literally virtue is born when we comprehend our vices, our sins. And that is precisely what we're meditating on our egos, our defects, our vices, our sins, whatever you want to call them, our nafs, our psychological aggregates, our foibles, our demons, it doesn't matter. Whatever you want to call them, we are meditating on them in retrospection meditation. And in the comprehension of them, what gets released is that consciousness which connects us to our higher self, which is the source of our virtue. But it's a slow process and it requires tremendous patience. If you expect something out of meditation, you will get nothing from it. If you enter into meditation with any desires, you will get nothing out of that meditation, because the desires, you're bringing egos into the process. And egos are antithetical to meditation. They're going to be blocking you and preventing you from actually accomplishing your goal. So what happens if you do comprehend an ego? And by comprehension, it's an experience of a flash of insight. It's a eureka moment. It's not intellectual, it's conscious. It's you if you have had such a moment in your life where it's like, oh my God, just all of a sudden, bam, you just know, and it just like hits you like a strike of lightning. It's very, very difficult to describe what that feeling is like, especially to someone who hasn't had it. But if you have experienced that, then you've experienced a comprehension. And if you comprehend your ego, then you can put it on trial. You have the evidence. You have the knowledge. You know its nature. You know how it works. And there's this beautiful practice where you can visualize a courtroom. And you call upon your Divine Mother to preside as judge. Or you can just choose to have Anubis and the Lords of Karma, Anubis as judge, and the Lords of Karma sit in the jury box. You can call upon your Divine Mother later, and we'll get to that. And you formulate in your mind's eye, in meditation, you visualize this courtroom. And this ego that you have just comprehended, this demon, this cause of your suffering, you put it in the witness box. And as prosecuting attorney, you make your case to Anubis and the Lords of Karma and the whole courtroom, everyone, all present. You make your case that I have seen, we have the evidence, we have the knowledge, we have the facts that this ego on this occasion and on this occasion and throughout our entire life has been causing us suffering in these ways. This is how it does it, and this is its modus operandi, and this is it. And you can make your case, and you can be as flamboyant as you like. You see it all playing out like a courtroom drama, like that film, A Few Good Men. And you're making your final arguments to the court. And Anubis and the Lords of Karma, Anubis will when you're finished making your case, they will pass judgment on this ego, this demon. And this is where the practice becomes very powerful, because you can use the mantra Ra Mi O if you would like. You beg and plead your Divine Mother to come and preside over the proceedings, and she appears with her sword, the sword of justice, because she is, severity and mercy. Another way to express that in the legal system, it's mercy and justice. And she can appear with a blindfold on, holding her sword in the scales of justice. If that works for you, but she is justice. And she will come, and Anubis has passed judgment on this demon, on this ego, and you kneel down before your divine mother, before Lady Justice, and you beg and plead with her to enact her divine justice. You can use the mantra Ramio, Ramio, to invoke her. Let's move this back over here. Over here. So, okay. And you can repeat that 3 times, for example, and visualize her appearing as Lady Justice or Lady Liberty. She might appear with the torch in her hand, a torch and a sword instead of the scales and a sword. But the sword or a spear she must have, or a scythe. And the reason will become clear. Because in your meditation, you will visualize her taking her sword and adding fire to it and stabbing you 3 times in the heart, in the heart, in the mind, and in your sexual organs or your spinal column, your motor instinctive sexual center. And as she stabs you, you pronounce the mantra mentally, just in meditation now. The mantra is Krim. And you elongate the R. So it's we can't roll our R's. Thank God we don't have to do this. Like in meditation, we can roll our R's. Mentally, we can do it, but we can't actually roll our R's, which is very strange considering we're Hungarian. But it's Krim. So it's Krim. And each time she'll stab you 3 times. 3 times in the head, 3 times in the heart, and 3 times in the sex. Your motor instinctive sexual center. So in each of our 3 brains, in other words. So 3 times, 3 brains. What is happening as your divine mother is doing this? She is applying the fires and the waters of the sexual force to incinerate and dissolve that ego that is infesting our 3 brains, our heart, our mind, and our body, our mental, emotional, and motor instinctive sexual center. It's this process of destruction that leads to the transmutation, right? So this is death, and this is birth. When this process is complete, be sure to thank your Divine Mother. Pray the Hail Mary if you can, or pray a spontaneous prayer of the Divine Mother, or get yourself a copy of the Gnostic prayer book from glorian.org, where they have prayers to the Divine Mother, or find a prayer to the Divine Mother that speaks to your heart and memorize it. but beseech and pray and prostrate yourself and humble yourself and thank her profusely for her service and for her help and for her aid in being the executioner of the ego that you put on trial. And the only reason you were able to put it on trial is because you did the detective work. You went into the shadows. You went into the darkness, into the dark underworld of the city, if you want to look at this like a film noir. Or you infiltrated the mafia, or the drug lords, or the gangs, and you unearthed the plot, or you went into the dark dungeons and the dark, seedy underbellies of the city to find a serial killer, to find Jack the Ripper, and you, the detective, you did the conscious detective work to seek the knowledge. You did the detective work. You uncovered the evidence, enough evidence so that you could become the prosecuting attorney and put the villain on trial for its crimes. Not his crimes, not her crimes, its crimes. Because what are you really putting on trial here? You're putting on trial a mechanical algorithm. You're putting on trial an AI. Agent Smith from the Matrix is what you're putting on trial. The Terminator is what you're putting on trial. The Xenomorph from Alien is what you're putting on trial. A heartless, soulless, mechanical monstrosity that existed for one purpose and one purpose alone: to test you, to be an obstacle, and to teach you what it is you needed to learn, and to give you the challenge, the reason and purpose and process of the AUM of Life, of the heroic journey that you needed to go on in order to learn what you needed to learn, to seek what you needed to seek, and find what you needed to find. And you did the detective work. You did the work of the hero. You did the work of Sam, and you took Frodo into Mordor. And you did that with Gollum in tow, because who is Gollum? If not the ego, if not the false self, who shows you the way into Mordor, the secret ways into Mordor. You follow the shadow self, Gollum and Smeagol, the split personality, the schizophrenic subconscious mind. There's so many layers and layers in these allegories and the truths that reveal so much of the truth. Right? But the demons show you the way. You have to study them. You have to follow them. You have to observe them. You have to analyze them. You have to know them as you know yourself, because as Frodo tells Faramir when he's captured by Faramir and the guards of Gondor, and Faramir takes Frodo and points to Gollum, who's fishing in the pool, and he says, the penalty for swimming in the sacred pool is death. And he says, shall I shoot? And Frodo doesn't want to reveal to Faramir his mission, but he also knows he cannot allow Faramir to kill Smeagol. So he says, wait. He says, this creature is bound to me. He is our guide. Not only is it Frodo, and Frodo's, it's not only is that has pity for Smeagol, but he knows intuitively in his heart, just as Gandalf did, that Gollum still has some role to play in all of this, for good or for ill. But it is only when Gollum and Smeagol perish that the ring also perishes. And only then do you have the return of the king. Only then is Frodo freed from the hold that the ring has taken over him. And only then can he go with Gandalf and Galadriel and Elrond on the ship into the Undying Lands, which is Ascension. And Sam returns to the Shire, returns to Hobbiton. All of this, follow your bliss, exploring your abyss, sacrifice and death, are all leading up to this third component of birth of the true self, which is this process of transmutation that is facilitated by our Divine Mother, by the power to create and destroy, which only she possesses. Because she is the divine feminine. And even the Christ, even God cannot create without both pillars. The masculine cannot create by itself. The feminine cannot create by itself, but the masculine could never create. All of creation is feminine in the sense of the body of reality is feminine. Everything is born within the feminine. The masculine component is just a spark, it's just a seed, just an idea, right? Even if it's just like the blueprint, the idea, but in order to manifest the idea, for the idea to be realized in any meaningful, practical way, it requires it to be embodied, it to be manifested. And that all takes place in the Akash, in the body of the Divine Mother, which is the body of the universe on all levels of reality, not just the physical universe, but the metaphysical universe. And this is why the hero, traditionally, the hero always seeks to free the maiden. There's always, like in fairy tales, we have Sleeping Beauty, we have Snow White who falls asleep. There's always this maiden that needs to be saved, right? Well, feminists look at that and they think that that's because of the patriarchy and this and that and the other thing. No, they don't understand. It's because the psyche is feminine. Our psyche, the Akash, and all the dimensions of metaphysical reality, it's all feminine. Your physical body is feminine. Even if you're a man or a woman, it doesn't matter. Mother Nature is feminine. And if our divine nature is bottled up, is locked up in a vault, we have to free our divine nature. Well, then that's That's freeing the maiden. That's freeing uh, Sleeping Beauty and so. But it's also interesting that many of the villains in these fairy tales are also female. We have many evil queens, right? We have Maleficent, and we have the Wicked Witch of the West. But it's interesting in Oz, we have the good witch of the East, right? And then with the Wicked Witch of the West. So you have this strange dichotomy, and that's because everything's feminine, and we have this duality of good and evil, right? Of mechanical and divine nature and mechanical nature, and we've talked about that before as well. So nothing can be born but from a mother. It's the feminine that gives birth. It's the feminine that creates. But it's also the feminine that destroys. Because Mother Nature destroys. Severity and mercy, the two sides of love. And Lord knows if your mother, we're talking birth mother now, was anything like my mother, then sacrifice, the feminine embodies, the mother embodies sacrifice as well. Because yes, while it's true that the masculine sacrifices itself for the sake of creation, we talk about this in our book, how a sperm, which struggles to go on that journey, guess what? This is how ubiquitous all of this is, okay? This is how absolutely ubiquitous and universal all of this is. You take a sperm, which goes to follow its bliss, what drives it and motivates it, this one singular purpose that it has. And what does it do? It goes into the abyss. Now, don't take this personally if you're a woman, right? But furthest away from its origin, right? And what does it do there? It dies. When a sperm reaches the ovum and enters into the ovum, it dies. This is an absolute biological fact of nature. But we all know what the outcome of this particular, this is what is created from this is the zygote. And the result is so this is the zygote is what's born, the birth. A fecundated ovum is transmuted into a zygote, and this is what comes to term, transforms through through gestation and into the fetus, and then is eventually born as a human being, or well, a new humanoid anyway, right? A baby. But you see, the masculine, it's the sperm that goes on this journey of sacrifice and death, and liberates the feminine, because this ovum just gets expelled. This ovum cannot realize its potential. Birth cannot happen without death. Bet you've never realized that or thought about this until now. That the birth of a human being cannot happen without death. What dies? That which sacrifices itself, so that the woman can fulfill her purpose in this particular case, which is to become a mother. This cannot happen without the masculine sacrifice. This is not a patriarchal thing. This is not a cultural thing. This is baked into the very biology, the core biology of the human being and the reproductive system. This is the contribution of the man. It's just a fact. This is the masculine contribution to this process. That's why in many stories, you have heroes sacrificing themselves for the sake of the freeing the maiden, or awakening the maiden, or and restoring the kingdom and everything else, or they live happily ever after, etc., etc., etc. But the AUM of life is in everything. Everything is the AUM of life. It can be modified. There are, there are certain cases and modifications to it. But there's an infinite number of expressions of it. But there is nothing, absolutely nothing that exists which came into existence other than this methodology, the analogous ultimate methodology. Nothing can come into exist without it. Nothing can come to be or not be without this process, this 3-step process: sacrifice, death, and birth. Nothing. If you can find something, show us, tell us, prove us wrong. You will spend an eternity searching and you will never find it. But if you do, please show us. Give us an example. But this is how ubiquitous the AUM of life is. And this is how following your bliss and exploring the abyss and returning to base through, like, running the bases, right, of the diamond, of playing baseball. And what is that movie that's there's movies about baseball. Everybody knows The Field of Dreams. But again, oh, you know what? Wait a minute. It's Moneyball. Moneyball is with Brad Pitt, and he's got a line in it. It says something like, how can you not get emotional about baseball, or how can you not get sentimental about baseball, or something like that. There is something archetypal about baseball. I think we've proved that today. And there is something magical about running for home, like running home and sliding into home base and sliding across home plate. There is something euphoric about that. And it's not by accident that, people have, there's lots of different sports, but the quintessential American sport, even though people will say it's American football. It's not. It's baseball. You look back in history, in the glory days of the United States, and the importance that baseball had in the culture of the United States, in the zeitgeist, in the psyche of Americans. In many ways, it is for Americans the beautiful game. And it is for them what it is and how it can inspire, movies like Field of Dreams and countless other movies based around baseball is because of this. It's because of what we've shown you today. Because it's an archetypal truth based on the AUM of life. There is something inherently, and everybody can feel it and sense it who really love the game. This is what they love about the game. That it's a game of promise. It's a game of possibility. It's a game of potential. It's a game of magic, of sentimentality. It's all of these other things. And again, from the glory days of the United States, it's a romantic sport. There is no sport more romantic than baseball. Not soccer, not anything else. There just isn't. For the very reasons that we outlined today. And we don't mean romantic in just the sentimental, sloppy, sappy idea of romance. No, we're talking about romantic in the high classical sense, going all the way back to the ancient world. Because the AUM of life is the unfoldment of love, of severity and mercy, because sacrifice, death, and birth are the quintessential aspects, and why we involved our Divine Mother in the third stage that we are talking about today, in the return process, in the birth, the rebirth, the return, is a Divine Mother, and we involved Lady Justice in our courtroom drama to come and become executioner of our defects and our vices, and cleanse us, purify us. Take her scythe, her spear, her sword, or hell, her hammer and chisel, to remove more of the excess that is preventing the expression, the purified, realized, fully realized expression of our ideal self to find its home upon our base, upon the pedestal that we began with, and that block of marble that we began with. We began slowly chipping away at it over and over and over again, like the wood turning video. How many times does that piece of wood have to spin over and over and over and over again while the master craftsman goes at it with this knife and this cutting tool and this chisel and this, and you watch those videos on YouTube. Not only because they're mesmerizing and they're beautiful to watch, it's a wonderful thing to watch, but because it's so powerful and meaningful once you comprehend the AUM of life. And once you comprehend that everything comes into being that way. And that no matter where you are, this is your base. And that you will return to base. You will come back home to base over and over and over and over. And you are never finished. You are a work in progress. If you ever get to the point where you are finished, you are going to be long gone by then. Because this process continues and continues and continues and continues until there is no self anymore. There is no, forget about no I. The I is long gone. But to really return home, and the true home base, the base of bases, the home of homes, is the absolute. And in the absolute, there is no self. So this is and once there, there's only one place to go from there. And that's to begin a whole other round of journeys, a whole other AUM of life. This time, you begin and your bliss is to be born a cosmo creator. Well, you know what? We have the worst penmanship in the world. It's clear. It would probably be better if our little drawing board would stay straight in our lap, and then we could draw a little bit more. Okay, return. There we go. But this is the AUM of a cosmo creator. So this is now a hero at the center of a planet. He's got the body of a planet. Or the cosmo creators at the center of a sun, of a star. And they have an entire family of planets. But you don't graduate to the level of a star until you've first gone through several rounds as a planet. What's the lifespan of a planet? So imagine how many times that planet undergoes the AUM of life. How many rounds, how many humanities are born and die on a planet like that? How many rounds does that planet go through without any humanity on it? It's a whole different game. It's a whole different level of game. And this happens after the Mahamambantara, right? So the great cosmic day. At the end of the great cosmic day, we have the great cosmic night, and then the next great cosmic day, all the cosmo creators are reborn, and the universe is reborn, and all the different planets and solar systems and galaxies, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Tiffany asks, how do we know if the absolute actually wants to return to itself? Because the absolute only manifested the universe so that it could know itself. So the self-evident experiential knowledge, that which the absolute seeks, it only went on this journey so that it could return with what it found through its process of seeking. Remember what we said earlier, and we'll put it into context so you remember. Let's go all the way back here, okay? All of this exists for the sake of this last part. That last part, what did we call it? We called it the return. Remember the return of the Jedi, the return of the king. So when you say, how do we know the absolute wants to return? It would never have embarked on this process in the beginning at all, were it not for that third part. Does that make any sense? Does that resonate with you? It's worthwhile perhaps to meditate on it, if not. Benjamin said that he thinks that this okay. Tiffany follows up and she says, "Kind of. I get hooked on it because it seems like it's repeating its experiences." Okay, so when you say it seems like it's repeating its experiences, have you ever seen the film The Last Samurai? In it, Katsuhiro is looking for the perfect cherry blossom. And he says you can spend an entire lifetime looking and never find it. But it's in his final moments of his epiphany, his he reaches enlightenment, where he comes to the realization that they're all perfect. And yet they're all different. This is self-realization, self-actualization of the absolute. To know itself in its myriad, infinite expressions. If you get a sense that the universe is repeating itself, but truly repeating itself, i.e., mechanically, you are not witnessing the AUM of life, you are witnessing mechanical nature. And mechanical nature does this, right? You know yourself. We call this habit. We call this conditioning. Yeah, the same thing repeating over and 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 over again. That's mechanical nature. That is the adversary. That is what's been set up to trap us and to hinder and be the obstacle that we fight against. This is the abyss. And in fact, it's worse than this because all of this is mechanical nature. There's one other thing we have to show you, and that's entropy. If the AUM of life, okay, the AUM of life looks like this. Where's our pen? The AUM of life looks like this, okay? And we say this is divine. This is how divine nature, our divine nature, our essence, our seed, our spark longs to return right? Return home. And we do that by following our bliss, and we do, and exploring our abyss. This is the abyss that we have to explore and the demons that we have to confront and comprehend and liberate ourselves that are trapped in this, in order to return back home with the knowledge, with the treasure, with the experience that we gained in the abyss. But that's divine nature going in that way. In reality, mechanical nature doesn't just go, it doesn't just go round and round. It goes in the reverse, the downward spiral. This is conscious evolution, and this is devolution. The two spirals of the AUM of Life are opposed to each other. If you have the upward spiral, you have to have something called the downward spiral. But where the two spirals intersect, that's, in the world, we have to. It's the white pieces and black pieces on a chessboard. You have to have an adversary. You have to have obstacles in order to get better, right? If you want to strengthen your muscle, if you want to build muscle, you got to lift weights. There has to be resistance. Let's just follow up on this. We'll get to Benjamin in a moment. So she says, what I'm understanding is the absolute hasn't reached that point where it understands its perfection in everything. It won't know that until everything attains a level of self-realization and perfection, until all the monads in the universe achieve that point. So she says, so as we become whole, does that mean our individual fraction then assist in the absolute becoming whole again? In a sense, yes. But it's not so much a question of, so it's a little bit more nuanced, Tiffany, but in general, yes. In general, we can say in general. We're trying to find an allegory or an analogy that we can give you. The best one that comes to mind, it might seem a little trite. It might seem a little trite. She says, yes, she's speaking in generals. This might seem a little trite, but you know the expression, my chickens have come home to roost? Have you heard that expression before? The chickens have come home to roost. There's an element of that in there, right? If you love something, set it free. But sooner or later, if they were meant to come home, they will. And you welcome them back with open arms. She goes, chickens, yes. So it's like any again, it's analogies and allegories are tough on this one, but the archetype of sending somebody off to let them go seek their fame and fortune, and then they return after their travels, and they returned a more whole person, and when they come back, their contribution now to the community or to the family, to the household, is so much greater, because when they left, they were a newbie. They didn't know anything. They had no experience. They left a boy and returned a man. You see, that's the AUM of life. That's the heroic journey. That goes all the way up the ladder and all the way to encompass the whole universe, where the absolute gives birth to an umpteen infinite number of monads, of seeds, of essences of itself. They're just sparks. They're just seeds. And it does that with completely allowing and completely permitting for the chips to fall where they may, and for those monads to go and seek their fame and fortune however they will do. And in the end, when it draws all of those seeds back into itself at the end of the great cosmic day and enters into the great cosmic night, what follows is known as the great accounting. And this is when the absolute takes stock of the last cosmic day. And that's when everything is accounted for, and the whole of the great law of karma is then brought back into balance. And it's all like this is what's called the great cosmic night, when the whole of the previous cosmic day is comprehended, and all of the accumulated knowledge, all of the gnosis, all of the self-evident experiential knowledge which was gained during the great cosmic day is now gathered and assimilated and integrated into the absolute. But the universe itself, the shadow, is gone. Doesn't exist. In truth, it never existed. It's all an illusion. It's all Maya. It's all just perturbations in the absolute. It's all mental. The universe is mental anyway. But just like any virtual reality, it's worth experiencing for the sake of the experience and for the sake of learning what you can learn in that simulation, right? That's why we have pilots in flight simulators. So everything, there's a round to everything, and there's a round to the absolute, and all the cosmo creators and all the monads at all the different levels and levels and levels and levels and levels. There's different games at different levels for different monads. And just, if you can fathom the experience required to be a cosmo creator at the center of a star, managing and governing an entire solar system, now comprehend this: being a cosmo creator at the center of a supermassive star cluster at the heart of a galaxy, managing a whole galaxy. The being, the monad, at the heart of the Milky Way is Oremus. The being at the heart of our planet is Melchizedek. And the being at the heart of the sun is Jehovah, Yahweh. And we are just mortal humans. Leah asks, so Tiffany says, her little punctuation point, she puts, I would agree, the universe is mental. Yes, it is mental, and we know exactly what you mean by that, Tiffany. Leah says, will this stop us from reincarnation back on this earth plane? To become okay? So this is a complicated question, Leah. Can let's we're going to backtrack. We're going to get to a couple comments first. I'm going to return to this question because it's going to take a while to explain it. So let's go back here because we missed a few. Benjamin said, yes, Benjamin said the cycles of the adversary. Yes, the cycles of the adversary are the repetitive cycles, but they only seem like they're repetitive. They're really devolution. They're really the downward spiral. Because the more you repeat the same thing over and over and over mechanically, right? It's a photocopy of a photocopy of a photocopy of a photocopy. There's degradation. It degrades with each mechanical repetition. And Joanne said, yes, resistance creates growth, just like muscle development through working out with weights. Absolutely. That's why life is baffling. Like baffles create structured living water. And we've shown you that visual aid. It's one of the figures in our book as well. But it's the same process. It's the AUM of life. What causes us this spiral pattern is precisely that we have to go and confront the abyss, that which is resisting us, that which is blocking us from completing our mission and our purpose. But it actually is enabling our mission and purpose precisely by providing the resistance required that we need in order for the process of sacrifice, death, and birth. Because again, when you're building muscle, when you're lifting weights, you're tearing muscle tissue. You are tearing muscle tissue. And as the muscle is healing itself, the body is healing itself, it's getting stronger. Benjamin says, I guess it's stressing not knowing exactly how many cycles there is and how we can individually have a break or a breath of fresh air. Okay, well, that question directly ties into Leia's question about stopping us from reincarnation. It's not too deep of a question because Benjamin is asking more or less the same thing in a different way. So let's just not waste any time and let's make this bigger and let's get a whole fresh page. Okay. We have the cycle of birth and death through the mineral, plant, animal, and human kingdoms. Okay, so we have right. So we go and we live a life, and then birth and death. We'll just do it this way for okay. So we start here and we go there, and let's stay consistent here. We're going to use the where each one of these is a lifetime. Okay, so we're advancing. We should have really drawn this the other way around, but we're advancing through the mineral, plant, animal, and human kingdoms, right? So up here, let's say, is human, and we started here in the mineral. Okay, then we eventually we went through many rounds in the mineral kingdom. Then we graduated to the plant, and then animal. We'll put human here. Okay. Okay. This process is called the transmigration of souls. Okay. Like we were showing you over here, the word that we were using was return, right? Step 3, what today was all about, returning home, right? Return to base. So it turns out that the correct term for this cycle of death and rebirth and the evolution of the monad is return. It is not reincarnation. This is not reincarnation. This is return. We're going on the AUM of Life, and we have to keep going and go. And each time we have to make a return, and we have to make a return, and we have to make a return. It's not reincarnation. And we have many cycles that we have to go through, many, 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 just in the human kingdom alone, to do what? To evolve our monad and reach nirvana. To reach Buddhahood. Buddhahood, right? To become a Buddha, reach nirvana. And then this cycle continues. The AUM of Life goes on. But now it's in the heavens, in the divine kingdoms. We're no longer returning. We've already reached nirvana. We've earned the right. We've earned our place. We've won the game. And we've enabled ourselves to enter into the supernal worlds, to enter into nirvana and exist there. We can stay there for quite a long time. But if we want to continue our conscious evolution of our monad, and this transmigration of souls only applies once we get to this point. Now we have the conscious evolution of the monad in the supernal worlds. But the kingdom, the playing field, the board that we play in is still the universe. Monads who have graduated, monads who have reached this level and beyond, they can choose when and how they are going to when and how they're going to reincarnate. Until then, monads don't get to choose when and how they're going to return. While we're on this side, okay, in the transmigration of souls, while we're working our way up to the level of at least Buddha and reach nirvana, while we're working our way up, the law of karma dictates when and how we return But once we get to a certain level, we've earned the right to go to nirvana. This is where Benjamin's question about having a vacation or a holiday or whatever, right? And take a breather. Well, there's another version of that, and we'll get to that in a minute. But for the time being, once you reach nirvana, now you can have that vacation. You can spend, you've earned the right to be in nirvana. But if you want to continue the conscious evolution of your monad and go higher and higher up as a being, as a seraph, as a cherub, as an angel, as a diva, and there are many levels of beings in the supernal worlds. If you ever hope to want to graduate to, first of all, being a master, or a resurrected master, or an ascended master, or a cosmo creator, well, you've got to keep doing this process. Now, if you continue this process of just occasionally coming back down, living a lifetime, working a little bit on yourself, eliminating a little bit more of your ego, and then coming back up, that's called the spiral path. And that's where reincarnation, you hang out in nirvana, and you just come down and you reincarnate every now and then, and so on and so. But that's where the term reincarnation applies correctly. It only applies to those monads who have already gotten off the wheel of samsara, who have already completed their transmigration of souls. Yes, of course. Of course. But not only that, if you have good karma, if you are well on your way and you don't harm anybody and you're a good person, everything else, you can get a holiday in nirvana, your monad can, from the transmigration of souls, while you're in the human kingdom. So some people experience, in their near-death experiences, they're allowed to see glimpses of nirvana and whatever, and then they some of them in their near-death experiences are allowed to return in this life to be able to say what they've seen. But also, if you've had a particularly difficult, challenging lifetime, but you made a lot of progress, then you can be granted a little holiday in nirvana, where it's not immediate that you're coming back, or you're not going into limbo or hell or whatever, because the lords of karma are merciful. And if you've had a particularly rough go of it, there's no particular reason to make you suffer unnecessarily. So you can get a little, but this is all dependent upon your karma and everything else. So it's not something you want to count on. But once you reach nirvana, that you can count on. No one's going to force you to reincarnate, right? Because the law of free will governs the supernal worlds. However, there is another path called the direct path. The direct path is the path of the bodhisattva. The direct path is the path where you're not shooting for nirvana. You're shooting for the absolute. You're shooting for Christification, to become one with the logos. You don't want that for a bodhisattva. A bodhisattva forgoes the pleasure and the comfort of nirvana. Someone who's on the path of the bodhisattva says, you know what? A vacation in heaven sounds wonderful, and coming down and reincarnating whenever I want and having a relatively easy life whenever I want because I've earned it. That's all sounds great too. But, the prospect of doing that for I don't know how many lifetimes, this is the path of the nirvanis, or the pratyeka Buddhas, they're called. the path of the bodhisattva chooses a path of suffering and sacrifice for humanity, and longs to eliminate all of their ego in one lifetime. And they forego the comfort and security, the comforts of nirvana. They don't want a vacation. In other words, they want to go all the way. They want to go straight to Christification. Now, they still have to do countless revolutions of the AUM of Life, but they do it in one lifetime instead of over many, 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 many lifetimes. And that's why they suffer so much. That's why they take on such heavy burdens. And then, once they become one with the Christ, one with the Logos, they become at least resurrected masters, and if they become ascended masters, then they are in the running to do reincarnations of which constitute tremendous works of sacrifice and service. So they are in the running, for example, to become avatars of the age, saints, prophets, who come down and reincarnate, and they know from a very early age that they were born for a reason, and they devote and dedicate all of themselves. Their entire life is devoted and dedicated to suffering humanity. And so they continually, when they reincarnate, they continually they walk the path of the bodhisattva over and over and over again. Every time they reincarnate to live a life of suffering and sacrifice. Because if we can use a crude analogy here, it's like a hardcore gamer who's played the game and is played it on the lower levels, and it's just not, there's just no challenge there anymore. So he cranks it up to the hardest difficulty level, and he seeks out the hardest challenges in the game. And he seeks to make the game harder and harder and harder and harder himself, because the more and more you master the game, the greater and greater challenge you seek to test yourself, the limits of your mastery. This is what an ascended master is. Well, how do you think someone becomes an ascended master? All these new age people think they're going to ascend. It's a very clever, insidious degeneration and twisting and corrupting of the word ascend by the Black Lodge. Ascension is the process that we're describing now. Someone who's so high a master, they can no longer challenge themselves as a Buddha. They have to become a bodhisattva. And then then it's not enough just to be a master. They have to become a resurrected master. It's not enough to just be a resurrected master. They have to become an ascended master. And then beyond and beyond and beyond. And then what? There's only so many times and so many ways that you can live the life of a bodhisattva until you're like, you know what? Let's make it a whole different game now. Let's reincarnate as a planet. Let's have a body of a planet and have an entire humanity, all of our children that we're responsible for, that's wrapped up in our karma as a planet. It's a whole different game. That's the game of a cosmo creator. But then there are also archangels, and there's all sorts of other things to do, activities to do in the supernal worlds, because there's a game going on in the supernal worlds. So Leah said, that makes sense. We do get a break. Joanne said, so much is making sense. And she said, this is such wonderful teaching, so much clarity. There's rhyme and reason to the universe. There's a purpose for everything. And why do we value experience above everything? Why do we value wisdom and experiential knowledge above all else? You would never get into a plane that's piloted by somebody who only learned how to fly by reading books. That's insanity. So how can someone become a cosmo creator and take on the body of a planet and the responsibility of an entire humanity if they haven't already lived multiple lifetimes as a bodhisattva, as a saint, as a prophet, as an avatar, suffering and sacrificing, devoting themselves, giving all of themselves to a suffering humanity? And they've done that over and over and over and over again. They have so much experience doing that in the absolute and the lords of karma and the great law, they say, you know what? You've earned your right. You've graduated to the level where you, if you choose, can now reincarnate as a planet and take on the responsibility of an entire humanity. Why? Because you've proven yourself time and time again, walking the path of the bodhisattva, suffering and sacrificing for humanity. And you've proven yourself for ages in the supernal worlds as an angel, as a guardian angel, helping and managing humanities from the supernal worlds and guiding others and guiding monads and it's, look, we could spend the next 24 hours talking about nothing but this, about all the other levels and all the other things that are waiting for us in this level and that level and that level and that level. But guess what? It's okay to know that in a general conceptual way, but here and now we have to focus on the game that we are playing at the level that we are at. And that is the hard truth of it. Because we are never going to get to experience any of those other levels if we fail at the levels that we are at now. You see what we're saying? So it's all wonderful and it's all great, but it's all academic. If we don't work with the AUM of Life, and if we can't learn how to return to home base at the level that we are at the game that we are playing now. But return we must, because you don't get to play another round. You don't get to go to the next level until you complete all three aspects of the level that you're on. And frankly, that's why the video game analogy or this baseball game analogy is so powerful, because you don't get to go to bat again until you run home. Right? You don't get to play the next level in Super Mario until you beat the level that you're on. It's just how it works. You got to crawl before you walk, before you run, before you fly. It's just how this works. Nobody has anything against you. Nobody's making you, nobody's punishing you. Nobody's holding you back. Nobody's holding you down. It's just the way it is. Everybody has to go through the same thing. The details are different, but the archetype, the AUM of Life, is universal and ubiquitous. All monads must go through this. All the details are different, but the fundamental journey is the same. This is what Joseph Campbell showed in the Hero with a Thousand Faces. 6,500 traditions and stories and mythologies and spiritual traditions and scriptures and everything else. The details are all different. But you strip away the details, and what you're left with is this: what we showed you today, what we've been talking about for these past 3 weeks. This is the completion. This is the full big picture of all of this, and where you start with these tiny little revolutions, right? In the mineral kingdom, these tiny little revolutions. Think how many revolutions. You know what the lifespan of a bacteria is? It's what, like 3 seconds? A bacteria's entire existence can be a few seconds. So these revolutions go very, very quick and very fast, and then they go out and out and out and expand and expand and expand and expand and expand. And where's the limit to this? Grab yourself a telescope, grab yourself a panoramic view of the Hubble Space Telescope and all the different galaxies in the universe, and say to yourself, where are the limits to the AUM of Life? Where are the limits? You're welcome, Leah. It is our pleasure and our privilege to be able to share all of this with you, and to let you all know that at our present state in our journey, we are unable to provide you many of the details. And there is a reason for that, because you don't need to know the details. Right? What you need to know is we're here suffering in the abyss like you guys are. But know that we reincarnated and took on this burden to walk this path of the Bodhisattva. So when we say that we all have a choice, Attlas has foregone nirvana. We can no longer fathom a life other than the path of the Bodhisattva. That is where we are at. And the burden that we took on for this suffering humanity at this particular time in its history, its Kali Yuga, is to do the work that we're doing right here and right now. May we one day become a cosmo creator? Who knows? I won't become a cosmo creator, but Attlas might. But for the time being, we seem very content to assist humanities in the very difficult transition from one humanity to the next, which perhaps is why we have such an affinity to the AUM of Life and this particular archetype, this particular process of sacrifice, death, and birth, not least because it's the path of the Bodhisattva, not least because it's the underlying, where were we with with the sperm and the zygote, the sperm and the ovum and the zygote. It's a fundamental path of all creation, life, but it's also what is taking place now between the humanity that is and the humanity that needs to be born. It also has to undergo this process. And we, Attlas, have done this work before. And it's because we have done this work before that we are here doing it again, because this humanity desperately needs the knowledge and the help that we are here to give it. We freely chose to reincarnate to do this work again. But the details are very different. The humanity is very different. The circumstances are very different. In some cases, worse. In some cases, better. We don't have all the details because those details would get in the way of being able to explain things as we do in a simple, straightforward, but relevant way, using video games, using baseball, using bicycles, using the things that you all know and interact with on a regular basis. We are not here, we haven't memorized the Bhagavad Gita or the Bible or any of these ancient scriptures that were written for different people in different parts of the world in different languages. We're here speaking to you in the situation that you are in and using the movies that you've watched, the books that you've read, and revealing that all of them were written as mythologies to help guide you, to show you the AUM of life and show you what it takes to be able to fulfill and get past the levels that you are here to advance in this lifetime and hopefully earn your place in the next humanity on this planet and become a seed for that humanity and earn your rightful place at being the base of the new golden age. Meditate on that. Fathom that. Watch The Lord of the Rings. And in the final, in one of the final scenes where they crown Aragorn king of Gondor, and Gandalf says, "Now come the days of the king. May they be blessed." And Aragorn and the elf's name. He takes her as his wife. Anyway, it might come to us. They're walking around. They're doing their tour around the tree, and everybody's bowing. And then the four hobbits bow, and Aragorn says to them, he says, "No, my friends," he says, "you bow to no one." And then everybody bows down, and we're left with the four hobbits, standing. And if you're not moved to tears, and the reality of how all of these characters and the right that they have earned, the place that they have earned in the new golden age of Middle Earth, the age of men. Some, a precious few, have earned their place on the ship to the farthing country. But those are the bodhisattvas. Those are the ones who came to carry the heaviest burden. Gandalf and Frodo and so on. Benjamin says, counting the kingdoms, I would guess it's 7 cycles and it restarts. It's a little more complicated than that. We go down to the 5th, 6th. Is the 7th and we return? No, it's the 6th and we return. It's 12 because there's 6 descending. Well, maybe you're right. No, it'd have to be 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You'll have to leave that with us, Benjamin. You're referring to these kingdoms. There's 4 kingdoms. We mustn't get too bogged down in the organizational law of 7. as it relates to this specifically. So, but leave that with us. We there's more than, it's not like these are 4 kingdoms and then there's 3 kingdoms beyond this and it restarts. No, that's not how it goes. There's levels and levels and levels and levels and levels. You'll have to trust us on that. Joanne says, thank you for making that choice to come here and teach. So grateful. Well, what's that expression? Somebody's got to do it. If it wasn't us, it would have been someone else. But we were sent because, like we said, we've done it before. And last time we did a pretty good go of it. That's all we're going to say. This time, look, it's not entirely up to us, is it? Right? we can't force humanity to do anything it doesn't want to do. And we're not here to do, we don't want to do that. And we're not here to do that. But we have faith and trust that the work that we're doing, and like, we just have to have more patience. That's all. It's just going to take a little bit more time. And we have time because there's no particular reason why we're bound by the typical age of any human being. Now we don't know that for sure. We could die at any moment. It could be that the work that we're doing now is just preliminary work for the actual work that we actually have to reincarnate again to do our actual work. Or it could be that we're here for the long haul. It could be that we're here for several hundred years. We don't know. I have not been given that information. I am just the mortal vessel and messenger. So I am told information is on a need-to-know basis. So I am told only really what you folk need to hear. But I have faith and trust in my innermost, and we have faith in Allux, and we have faith in that, and so, I have very strong intuitions about certain things, but I don't have any guarantees. Nobody's ever going to give you a guarantee in life, not even your innermost, other than you will always be loved. You'll always be loved. You'll always receive everything that you need on this journey. That is a guarantee. That is guaranteed. You will never be forsaken. So it is always possible to return. It is always possible to succeed. We are never, none of us are ever saddled with more than it is within our capacity to handle. Tiffany says, agreed again. Many, 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 countless mythologies, books, and scriptures pointing in the same direction. Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's unconscionable that so many are so hypnotized and so identified and attached to their particular dogma that they can't see it. So we're here to try to help people see it, right? Even on our website, we say our purpose is to show. The show must go on, right? The show must go AUM. Actually, we spell it. The show must go AUM. Our purpose is to show, and the show must go AUM. Because it breaks our heart. It really does. It breaks our heart. This humanity has been breaking our heart for 50 years. Ever since I was a child, I've just been heartbroken. I really have. And that comes from within. It's why we couldn't stand idly by. It's why we had to come and help. We had to do what we could do, what we can do. and we had to take on and feel the suffering that everybody feels. We had to come down and put ourselves into hell. That's what a bodhisattva does. That is the path of the bodhisattva. Tiffany says, one doesn't need to memorize all pieces created to speak to the same point of reference. We can only speak from our experience, touching others along the way. I've experienced several teachers speaking of various aspects because we just can't all speak the same language all the time. I appreciate your language, Attlas. Well, we appreciate your appreciation. And it is our purpose, as you point out, to present, as you point out, what many people are here teaching in many different ways. Our purpose is to try to distill it and into a very simple and meaningful, symbolic, allegorical way that even an atheist can understand. Right? Even someone who plays video games, someone who's ridden a bicycle, someone who plays baseball. Right? That's why we don't focus on, and that's why we have a terrible memory. We've told you many times. We carry this curse of we can't remember names precisely so that we can't sit here quoting other people all the time and quoting scripture and thousands of year old scriptures and stuff all the time. We make reference to them here and there, but it's because we're here to do something new and give something new and reveal things like the Lord of the Rings and Star Wars and Star Trek and Alien, of all things. Right? Who would have thought Alien was encoding a timeless universal truth? But there it is, and we're in the process of making a video on that, but it's gonna take us some time to get there because we're doing that chapter in sequence, right? And so we've got other videos that we got to get to. But regardless, this basically concludes this 3-part series that we've been doing essentially on the AUM of Life, but coming at it from the perspective of follow your bliss, explore your abyss, and then return to base. And we really do want to leave on that note that wherever you are right now is always your base. So even though we draw the AUM of Life and we show it as a spiral and we show you leaving here and it, allegorically and narratively, you have to leave and go on a journey and travel far away from yourself and et cetera, and then you return home, right? You're always here and now. You're always here now. You're always home. Home is you. Someone once asked us why we ever left Japan when it seemed like we were so happy there. And we said because we had lived a life in Japan before. We had to go back in this lifetime to remember who we were and remember and go and visit home. But now we take Japan with us everywhere we go. We don't have to live there. Japan is in here, or rather the essence of what was important to us in Japan is in here. Right? Kaizen, omotenashi, bushido, Zen, just to name a few. And we explain what these words mean on our website. Tiffany says, Glorianne, oh, so you know Glorianne. Glorianne has a series on the mythology hidden in operas. Yes, they do. Very powerful information. Again, same answer though in the end. Absolutely. And without taking anything away from what Glorienne does, because, of course, absolutely, it's an incredibly valuable resource. And what you can learn from going through that series on the mythology of operas, right? It's unbelievable. But ask yourself, right? How many young people listen to opera nowadays? So there are many, as you said, many different languages, many different presentations. It's like marketing, right? You have to have a product for a certain audience, and some audience members are going to resonate with your message, and some of them won't, and some of them will only resonate with Glorianne's message. Some people will only read the books of Master Samael. Some people will only read Blavatsky. Some people will only read Gurdjieff. Some people are only Sufis. Some people are only Rosicrucians, right? And on 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 it goes. We have no such limitations because we've seen the Word of God, we've received the Word of God on a Subway ad for men's deodorant. And we see the AUM of Life everywhere. To us, the baseball diamond is divine teaching. This is what we want to give to the world. The eyes to see and the ears to hear. So that if tomorrow all the libraries in the world burned to the ground, like the great library of Alexandria, and all of the servers go down, and there's a massive AI-induced malware destruction of all of the information and all of the knowledge of the so-called knowledge age, and everything gets wiped out tomorrow. Do you have a bicycle? Do you know where there's a baseball diamond? Good. Go and study and pray and learn about the nature of reality. This is what someone who is an ark builder does. Because there will be no servers in the golden age. There will be no libraries. There is no room for books on the ark. The seeds of the new humanity cannot take with them their favorite operas on CD. And they cannot take with them the lectures from Glorienne. They cannot take with them these lectures. But can you take a stick or your finger and can you draw a spiral in the sand? Can you take half a dozen people and send them out into a grassy field and take a stick and a rock? And can you throw a rock and hit it with a stick and go and run in a diamond pattern out in a grassy field? Good. Go. Do it. Do it. And afterwards, study and meditate on the nature of reality and on the nature of the AUM of Life. This is what the seeds of a new humanity have to be able to do. They have to be able to work with whatever is thrown on the wheel, like the divine potter does, and mold and shape out of it the perfect vessel that contains the truth. To have the eyes to see and the ears to hear the AUM of Life everywhere, in every circumstance. And to be able to know the living, breathing Word of God all around you and within you. No books, no temples, no meditation CDs, no lectures, no personalities, no gurus. because that, what we are describing, is required for the foundation of a new humanity and a golden age. Self-evident experiential knowledge. No artifice, no memorization, no rote, no mechanical anything. It's just conscious connection with the underlying archetypal foundations of all reality. So if there's a difference, Tiffany, between our language and the language of any other teacher you know, that's the difference. That's the difference. And she laughs. She says, ha 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 ha. She says, word, I'm a heavy metal girl and just recently caught the esoteric hidden meanings to ascension in some of Dio's music. You should listen to some Rush. And she says, totally off subject. Rush and Pink Floyd. Totally off topic, off subject. Why do I have a flag next to my name in chat? Is this just showing me that it's me, or am I flagged? Do you have a flag in chat? I don't. You have a blue F next to your name, but that just means you're on Facebook. You're watching this live stream on Facebook. That's all. Anyway, we don't see any other flag from our end, so you'll have to maybe take a screenshot or something. Well, you can take a screenshot, and then you'd have to join. You'd have to join the live stream. We didn't send the link to join the live stream today. Oh, you know what? It was this whole. We had to reboot and everything. You know what? Joanne says, I have one too. And it says milestone follower when I click on it. This must be something new. We don't see this. We don't see this on our end. This must be new. So Joanne or Tiffany, if one of you can take a screenshot and send it to us on Facebook Messenger or something, we might be interested in seeing that. But we don't see that on our end. We only see your portraits, your names, and we see a little logo, whether it's YouTube or Facebook that you're watching us on. That's all we see. So, okay, listen, everyone. We are approaching the 4-hour mark, which means we imagine all of you have probably had enough. It's probably more than enough for today. And but we were happy to answer your questions. And if you have any other questions, then feel free to answer them now. We have a few minutes. But if not, we want to thank you for spending not only today with us, but also the last 3 weeks, including this one. And Joanne says that it's been wonderful, so enriching. Well, we're glad that you found it so, Joanne. We try to make these obviously valuable and meaningful and helpful. I mean, you know, it's great to learn, but it's also great to apply what you've learned. And we try to make it practical. We try to make it practical. Leia says it must be like a top fan badge. I don't know what you guys are doing to earn these. We don't give them out. I don't give them out. So we don't know on what basis. Maybe it's, you know what? It might be your participation in the chat. It might be that how many lectures you've listened to, how much time you spent. Who knows? Who knows? We might do some looking in on our end to see how you get these various different distinctions. But hey, if they are distinctions, congratulations. You owe yourself a round of applause. Leah says, blessings, everybody. Benjamin says, thank you, sir, for sharing such meaningful information today. I appreciate it. You're most welcome, Benjamin. And Benjamin, thank you always for being here. And thank you always for your input and your participation, bringing the up-to-date Christian Catholic perspective today, because we've fallen out of, we really have fallen out of, the latest from that front, right? Because we had to, we had to go and do what we needed to do and go where we needed to go. So Joanne says, we missed Stuart. Hope to see him next Sunday. Yes, well, we'll see how that will, some things happen. People have things. And remember, if we remember correctly, Stuart's in Europe. So for him, it's always a late night, especially if we go this late. Mugaboo says, many thanks. Thank you, Mugaboo, for being here, as always. And Benjamin says, I was listening to something similar yesterday. It's a real treat with today being a follow-up. Thanks, Attlas. You're very welcome, Benjamin. Out of curiosity, would you be willing to share what you were listening to? Just give us a link, or just not even a link. You don't even need a link. Just tell us where was it Glorianne or was it something else? Anyway, it's not important, but if you wanted to share, we'd be interested to know. Anyone else have any questions or comments before we sign off? We want to thank you all again for joining us today, and we hope to see you next week. We don't have a topic yet. We won't have a topic probably until we won't have a topic usually until, as always, the last minute. But but that's just the way. That's just how we roll, right? Because we're all about not being premeditated. We're all about not making this academic or intellectual, right? We had no idea 3 weeks ago when we did Follow Your Bliss that we would be ending today with what we ended with. We were just following our bliss, right? So we practice what we preach. We try to be an example. We try to show you what's possible, right? Even with our our challenges, our psychological, our mental illness, and with epilepsy and the depression and everything else we suffer from, we want to be able to show you what's possible, right? If we can do it, you can do it. And that's why we're here doing what we're doing, right? It's within your reach. It's within your reach. And that's our message to all this, right? You have the ability to return to yourself. And that ability is here and now, right? Your home base is always here and now in this moment. And so is your bliss, and so is your abyss, and so is the return. This is the key, right? The AUM of life is continuous, moment to moment to moment to moment to moment. Benjamin says, he said, oh yeah, it was on not being spiritual. And he said, just observing life and such, how the spiritual path keeps us trapped. Oh, how identification and attachment to any particular spiritual path can keep you trapped. But so too, the false awakenings and the false promises of said spiritual paths, especially New Age paths. But her YouTube is Suzanne Non-Duality. Okay, we'll have to check her out. I'll have to check it out. All right then. Any other questions or comments? Anyone? We'll give you another minute if you want to type something or type your goodbyes or anything else. If not, then we will say thank you once again, and hope to see you all next week. Have a wonderful week. Have a productive week. Have a safe week. An enjoyable, peaceful, harmonious week. And remember to follow your bliss. And don't be afraid of the dark. Don't be afraid of the shadow. And just remember what you're looking for in there. The knowledge, the secret knowledge, the secret that the source of your strength, and the means by which you can continually perform the transmutation, the metamorphosis from this mortal self to your higher self, your true self. Thank you all once again. As always, inferential peace. Take care, everyone. We'll see you next week.